Alright guys, what's going on? Back at it. And Thixius, welcome. I still gotta get out like 4 streams worth of giveaway prizes I still haven't fully packaged yet. So, welcome. Burbles, thanks so much for the follow here. Bro, I finally put a face. What's going on? We today's probably gonna be, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Could be light work today. We'll see. So I have this old Filco, and I can just do a whole rebuild of it. I'm just trying to get the switches out. Like a rebuild that I would do off of it is completely motivated by wanting to just harvest what's currently in it. But I do have some other fully tuned switches that Ada and I worked on over this past weekend that we can throw in there. I also do have a couple of other boards to desolder as well, so a whole lot going on, but we can kind of go in any direction. Alrighty, 4 packages today for anyone who wants to redeem my package openings, but if not, we could just get started. For anyone who did not see, what was it, Monday's late night stream, a whole desoldering fiasco that had occurred that evening that maybe we possibly did resolve. I think. All right, so let's take a look here. The Burbs, welcome, and Thixius, welcome. Everybody, welcome. Appreciate y'all. All right. So there's a Filco, and let's take a look and see what we got. These right here are Cherry MX Gray tactile switches. So these are a little less common. Grab another one of these trays. A little less common. If you look up the spec, there's something crazy heavy, like something like probably over like 90 or 100 grams. But these were spring swapped, but entirely untuned. And this was a build that I must have done just like a super long time ago. So we're motivated here by trying to get these switches out, and we'll eventually do. Carrie, welcome. What does this big balla keycap look like? Big balla keycap? I feel like someone out there is talking about me right now. It's just a feeling. It is stowed away somewhere at the current moment. Kevin, welcome. All right, we're gonna get all these. So I have 72K that's just been sitting. Well, you could also use them on some sound effects if you so please, Carrie. I'd love to play sound effects with all of your points. Meet me in the city next week, big dog. Wait. Oh, wait. You're coming up here. Is it next week? Late January or next week, or when is that? Hydrate 72. Wait, is Hydrate really like 1,000 points? It is. 17, 20. Oh, okay. Dumpling time. I will see. Let's see what I can do. Instigator, welcome, Sanraku. Hey, hey, I'll get Bob's. I'll get Bob's any day of the week. Come meet me at Bob's. I'm nearby. All right, we're gonna pop all these keycaps off, and then I'm going to open up these 4 packages. Always down for Bob's. Hey, Kevin, I got some prizes for you that I haven't given away, or that I haven't given over yet. I got a lot of prizes for a lot of people that I haven't packaged out. Only the freshest. Alright. These right here, these are autocorrect. These are EPBT. I guess they call them cyan, but they look more blue to me, to be honest. It's a pretty cool set, except for the fact that there's no HHKB compatibility. Bursey coming up next week. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna put this away for just a second. We're gonna open up some packages. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna pop this open. We're gonna desolder some switches. And as I'm desoldering, I will run a poll for what to do after. I get a feeling I know what the outcome is gonna be. But I also just kind of want to see what the job is going to look like. Okay, first package for today is... I popped out what I believe is the receipt. We got some packaging peanuts. Alright, here we go. We got 70 Gateron CJ switches and what looks like a piece of microwavable Tupperware. In fact, you can kind of see here. It says microwave right there. It says reheatable. This I ordered a little while ago before I knew that anyone was going to be restocking them, because it looks like looks like Novelties just restocked Gateron CJs. So these are really quite nice. I feel like we'll have a build for this at some point. All right, that's the first package. All right, second package also intrigues me, but I gotta figure out. It's wrapped up like crazy, and it's wrapped up in all this plastic. It came from overseas. And I gotta figure out how and where to open them. I also may have figured out that I shouldn't have bought this overseas. I could have had it a little bit more quickly had I bought it domestically, if I knew about a vendor who was here that was also selling the same product. Alright. Let's take a look here. Alright, not a receipt, but I'm gonna get rid of this anyways. Got some interesting packaging. I got a free one of these ring key pullers. Some sticky stuff on it. Driving up, right on. What, you got a new tattoo? No, this is I had a laser appointment. There's the box is cute. This is there was something underneath this piece. This piece I've been working on since 2017. But there was something underneath it, and I'm just trying to get rid of it, what was under it, so. A lot of negative space, so there's like the stuff peeking from below. Alright. Let's take a look. Interesting. This is interesting. So I purchased these. These are Domaki white on black. Looks like these are like some extended mods. And then I got like 2 sets of space bars, which I think will prove to become useful at some point. So let's take a quick look, because right off the bat, as I'm opening this up, I mentioned that this is a little bit interesting because it's not quite what I was expecting. What is the safest way to open this up? So I've never seen... I'm about to like pop all of these out because I don't exactly know how to open this safely. Here we go. So I never seen Domaki before, and I did get on Domaki Ghost, but I tried getting these white on black mods, and a few things you'll notice. One is that the kitting is fantastic. The legends, I'm not sure I'll say the same thing about the legends personally. Let's see if we can compare to some GMK that I have up here. One moment. Let's grab a few of these. What else? Alright, take a look. So it's pretty different. Now, my goal here was I had a ton of white on black, like cherry keycaps that were just harvested off of super old boards, like old cherry G80s. And my goal was to try to be able to figure out how to outfit them to layouts that I like. So that would be HHKB specifically. And I was hoping that, like, based off of, say, for example, the Domaki renders for Ghost, that it would look pretty close. And while I wouldn't say that this is very far, I think pretty close was kind of optimistic. But the kitting is really fantastic, because what we're ending up having here is we have 2 caps lock position controls. We got 2 backspace delete. We have alts and alt graph. So it's like, I'm not a big like alt graph guy. It's a very like EU style like layout, but it works. It's fine. The last thing here is we have 1. I wish there were more, but we have 1 top row backslash pipe key. But you could see here again, I personally have, I don't want to say I take offense to, but I would say legending accuracy. Yeah. I would say I think it suffices, knowing that like my other option was to basically have a bunch of like non-matching or like inaccurate legends. This is better than that option, I personally think. But there we go. There we have it. Meanwhile, I did hear that these space bars are actually pretty good. So let's test these out. This is like, what I find pretty interesting though is that This case like fits, like it's actually molded to these exact keys, like these exact key sizes. It's not just like a flat tray on the top or the bottom. So the bottom is like molded exactly for these keys to be here where the stems are, and they're also molded on the top to form fit them. So kind of an interesting thing. Meanwhile, let's take a look at these space bars. I got 2 sets here, and I find that it would probably be useful for more than one reason. It's actually really cool, so check this out. I'm about to pop these like crazy too. Now, look at this too. This one is not the same. These are just trays at this point. But you can see here, this is sliding around. It's almost impossible to open this. Oh, goodness, there we go. All right. So this is interesting for a couple of reasons. One is what it appears we have. All right, yeah, we have Alice space bars right here. The most typical ones being 275 and 225. But what's also cool is like having both means that if I were to ever use on a BMEC these keys, you need 2 275s, and so I was able to get them from. I can source them both from here. And these were like pretty cost effective, a pretty cost effective way in doing so. Now, the other thing that intrigues me here is these space bars. So I now have, with these 2 sets, 2 7U space bars. But on top of that, check this out, Shemak. Welcome to the stream. Yes, today we're going to be doing a little bit of desoldering here, and we'll see what happens afterwards. Right now we're just opening up some packages. I usually save my packages for stream here, and viewers can redeem when they want me to open them. I usually try to save them. Y'all can see them. Okay, look at this. What's really cool about these space bars here is that there's like this curve. There's like a little curve on the front side of the space bar, because I think something that happens is when people make decisions to flip space bars, and it is my like I would say it's my hypothesis that people choose to flip space bars because they have like a sharpness that they might see from the front edge. That specifically happens like really egregiously by SPDCS, but can happen from others. Yeah, those are from Canon keys. Yeah, no, these are Dama key. I got these from KP Republic, but I think there's a few other vendors running or who have some Dama key keycaps put up. These right here, this one has this little edge here, so you're kind of preventing yourself from hitting such a sharp edge like we typically do. So yeah, it's either sharpness or because one side of the stem is cracked. Yeah. All right. So that's that package. A few Dama key modifier and spacebar kits. So. Very cool, very cool. I also, just look at this. I also find this interesting that they had these little sleeves made for this. Like, I find this personally pretty interesting because they have like a 1 and a 2 layer sleeve, and I wonder if there's like more. There's like more multi-layer sleeves. Very nice that that DMK did that. To be honest, I actually didn't know until now. So I was reading about it. I was trying to see like what people were saying about like Dama key in general, and I was actually reading in advance that they did this this little curve. I had no idea prior to me sort of reading that. How those sleeves too? Right on. Okay, okay. We have 2 more packages. 2 more packages to open up. So that was 2 out of 4. So let's get moving on. Package number 3 out of 4. Cherry semiconductor. Oh, well, what does that look like? Oh, I gotta Google that. Oh, okay, right on. I'm looking at it now. That's pretty cool. It's like green with like, what is that? Like orange sublegends. It's pretty cool on black. Okay. All right. I'm gonna make the decision. We're gonna do this one next. Let's check this out. Tons of packaging material. I'll get this out of the way. Got the base set without the orange sublegends though. Okay. Alright. There it is. EPBT Hunter Green. I was looking for... I don't know, I was kind of just like poking around trying to figure a few things out and looking at what this one might be. This is... box is pretty. I like this better than the last packaging from Mitlotica, to be honest. Last one was DSS First Light, and I felt like I just threw that box away. Like, it looked like it was like supposed to be like nice and printed, but the printing quality was. I was joking. The other one just looked like Tetris. I see. Okay. So this sleeve is like stupidly tight. My God. GMK Moto Mist for 125? Whoa, hold on. Moto Mist. Wait, how much is that base like? That's a base kit, right? How much is that like for like group buy and extras pricing? All right, we finally got it off. Aha. 109, nice. Yeah, that's a come up right there. 165 was difference, you're right on. Okay, so just right off the bat, I am personally surprised by this because the pictures that Mitlotica was putting out for these, I feel like did not do this color justice. Like they seemed just off compared to like when I'm looking at this with my eyes. How do I put this? I wanted it to be this. Yeah, green blanks. I wanted it to be this, and I was hoping it was this. I looked at like the pictures that were provided, and I didn't feel like that this is what I was gonna get. But I still took the gamble anyways, and now that I have this, I'm glad. I don't even personally think that my camera is doing this the proper justice. So take it for what it will. These are like a very like forest green. I got two different screens up just trying to look at what I'm seeing out of this. One of them definitely looks a little bit more blue, and the other one looks less blue but kind of muted. But this is actually something I'm looking for. So let's see if we can make a couple of comparisons to what this green may look like. So give me 1 second. There's a few places we can look. There's this. See if we can make a good comparison. Okay, this would be here. Okay, first comparison, let's take a look at our what was called an Oliver Trio 60. This right here. Okay. This board, like the box cutout for the actual case, is like really not meant to fit super well. It's really tight in here. Looks nice. It does look nice. So, Shimak, funny thing about this board. And give me a second while I figure out how to remove it from the box. Okay. Funny thing about this board, I think how it looks is honestly the best thing about it. I think that just somehow, somewhere in the build, I don't actually like this that much. I think it's just like a little too muted, in my opinion. And I didn't even put in like any sort of foam in here. And somehow it's just like a really muted board. I'm going to eventually do a rebuild in this, and maybe I'll be sort of happier with however else I configure it. Releginables look super nice too. Yeah, no, this is kind of a joke because let me sort of explain for anyone just tuning in. I don't really like Releginables. I don't. It's so funny because it's that like I would get like I in my time have purchased and got a lot of G80s or sets that came off of G80s, G81s. And so I'd get all these like sets, and a lot of them would have Releginables, and I'd look at them and just be like, this looks goofy. Like I'll just toss them to the side, and I've just like had them like off to the side for like years now. So imagine my surprise when I come to learn that like there's this like big faction of people that have sort of, you know, broken into and have been in the keyboard hobby who really like Releginables. And I'm just like, wait, really? You guys actually like this? You got spares? They're all around. And it's funny because like I definitely have enough for these blanks, but I don't know if I have enough for like another board. I have all of the printed Releginables too, but I think they're all kind of mixed up, and I don't actually know if I have complete sets. Like this is like I could have just like random keys missing. I've noticed this out of my several sets of G80 like cherry keycaps. So, anyways, so this is the Oliver Trio 60. If we were to say, like, if we decided to actually throw these on here and make like a big green board, I again apologize because when I'm looking at this like on my screen right now, this again like looks kind of bluish. These keycaps. Whereas when I look at it right now with my own eyes, these are a little bit closer. Like these look like they kind of root from the same shade. But this is just a little darker. But it kind of just looks like a little bit weirdly off on screen. If you're ever planning on selling some Releginables, might possibly be interested. All right, right on. All right, another thing we can try comparing these keycaps to. We have here what we just harvested off from Monday's build. We have SA nuclear data. So for anyone wondering the comparison, here's what it looks like. It's just funny because again, to my eyes, they're a little bit closer than what you might be seeing on screen. But there it is. Anyways, we'll find a home for these two. We gotta. All right. Okay. Moving along, we got one more package to open, but before we do that, I'm gonna tidy up just a little bit. Oh, funny thing that I've done with this this board as well. Check this out. I don't know if anyone noticed this, but I don't think I showed this on any previous stream since the build. But one thing I switched out. Look at this. This bottom row is supposed to be symmetrical, right? It's supposed to be 1U, 1.5, 7, 1.5, and then 1. But one thing I did was I found these 1.25U Alt and Windows keys that actually have offset stems. And the thing is that like all of those keys that I have that are offset stems are only offset on one side. So the thing is, this configuration is only going to work on the right side of my boards. If I wanted them to work on this side, I'd have to actually flip them upside down. So you can kind of see what happens here. So nothing about the actual configuration of the where'd I put this key filler? Nothing about the actual configuration of the switch has changed. It's literally the keycap. So take a look. Let's say I want to pull out these two guys right here. Pretty, like these are just normal. These are normal centered stems on the 1U. It's got to be normal on a 1U. But this 1.5 also normal, just right in the middle. Meanwhile, I'll pull these out as well right here. I don't know. I shouldn't raise that. Take a look. It's this layout is still like symmetrical. Gets in focus right there. So this layout's still symmetrical, but the difference here is these keycaps. Offset stem. These, I believe, are harvested off of a Cherry G81, which come from these like they're like Cherry MY switches, which I've never personally actually tried Cherry MY on these G81s, but like what I've heard is they're pretty bad. What I've heard. They don't feel very good. They don't sound very good or anything, but they utilize like the same sort of like stem keycaps for MX. So Kajata, MY is trash. Welcome back to the stream. Anyways, so with those offset center stems, or the off center stems, like I'm able to just like punch these down like in those same spots. So yeah, those G81s, like those crazy die subs on these like what are otherwise often considered trash keyboards. It's kind of funny. So anyways, there you have that. Okay, that's package number 3. So let me tidy up now. Harvested 4 typewriters, nice. Sorry, I'm trying to find empty spaces to throw all my stuff here. Okay, one last one. A very small package, but definitely a very welcome one. So this one is, as I'll open it up here. This is not a win. This is an archetype fulfillment sale key. So this is a, what is it called? The M89. I mean, how close we can get here. Pretty cool. It's like got a funny like glossy finish, and there are these like little specks of glitter. Fun one. I actually, of all these like modern artisan sculpts, I actually do really like you know what Archetype has to offer. So this is really cool. Alright, and there you have it. In the box right here, in case anyone wants to see it. I know it's pretty dark. I could brighten it up, but you already saw it. Alright. Modern sculpt, I find it the nicest. One of the nicest out right now. Okay. Let's get it cracking, guys. So we already began pulling off some of the keycaps for this this old pre-built Filco that was already, it was modded in a way already here. So one thing we can do again is we'll get this open, and then we'll begin desoldering, and we'll see how it goes. For anyone who didn't tune in on Monday's stream, we had a whole lot of issues. On Monday's stream. Just trying to be sure that our gun was working in the first place as properly as it could. Today, I think we're in better shape, but that remains to be determined here. All right. Okay. What's next is there we have that warranty sticker. Totally killed, which we needed to. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get this little pry tool for once we finish unscrewing this, and the kit. Alright, maybe I'll just do a very informal poll here. For anyone who's tuned in and listening in. Say I finish harvesting all the switches here. Early informal poll is, would you guys like me to continue desoldering? Because I'm going to have to actually continue desoldering a bunch of other boards. Which I'll probably do like tomorrow. But whatever the choice may be. Would you like to see me continue to desolder? Or would you want to actually see me complete this rebuild? Because I can actually perform a whole rebuild here with some tuned switches. I'll watch desoldering. Interesting. Ooh. Alright, we're still good. I've never heard it snap that loudly before. Put that second, small second tray. There it is. Okay, a couple of small screws here. I would have guessed everyone might have wanted to see me actually perform a rebuild, but hey. All right, there it is. So this, oh wow, look at this. This, as I understood, I thought this build was a Magistouch 2 PCB, but this is this actually looks like a 1. Let me just check to be sure in my collection. Huh, hold up. Wait a second. We did a rebuild of a different Filco like a couple weeks back, right? I am now curious what that even actually really looked like. what did this actually look like? This is me clipping a bunch of legs. Okay, got it. So this right here is the Magistouch 2 PCB. And I believe that it is true we saw the HID liberation device in there as well. Right there. So this is the aftermarket daughter board that allowed programmability. This one completely doesn't have that. But what is cool is, despite all that, what we should be able to do today is, even though this is not reprogrammable, and even though this is like the less nice plastic case, we are allowed to use one of those aftermarket plates, which I've kind of just had stock for, like, just like on hand for like the longest time. And I was actually using it as a lube station in a way. Alright, I'm gonna get this fume extractor. We'll kind of see. We'll see what happens today. Also, one thing to note is I really think that, like, I don't know. The silicone work mats, they make sense, but at the same time, they're just like, they're kind of weird. They're kind of unwieldy. American Haptic, like American Haptics, or your like Amazon branded any kind of work mat out there, they're just a little bit weird. So like, I feel like I just kind of want to go back to using just like work on my desk mat. Desoldering, hey Ham brother, welcome back. Hey, another one back here from Monday night. So wish me luck, guys. I know I'll need it. I need this thing. Good luck. So interesting to like look at this and see PCBs that don't use 5-pin. Okay, so this is working. Yeah, so one thing is, we went through on Monday with PC Load Letter, and we performed our routine maintenance of the station. But what I'd come to realize, like towards the end, is that especially with the thinner 1.0 millimeter nozzle, which is not on this right now, that one was actually just clogged, and I just didn't have like a really reliable way to clean it. And the second problem was that, like, I was so worried after using that 1.0 millimeter nozzle, and like it only lasted like 6 switches before it clogged up. So I'm just like, it didn't occur to me that like maybe it was already clogged up beforehand, because the fact that I only went through 6 switches just made me confused that there might have been something else, like in the gun, like maybe say the this inner gasket at the front might have had some issues, and I still don't know if it fully does or not. What I do know is that one was a little clogged, and we found a way to clean it safely, but it's still really hacky. The next thing was after stream, I took this 1.6 millimeter nozzle, and I just took some time just very, very slowly but thoroughly cleaning this. And I was actually able to remove like what appeared to be a lot of like gross, like a lot of disgusting stuff in there. I think it largely had to be flux. But there's some stuff in the nozzle that just like was really, really stubborn that I didn't and couldn't get on stream. But I was just trying to figure out ways to sort of deal with it fully and clean it out. And so we have like some better suction today. Granted, I will say that this does still sound a little bit weird. It does sound a little bit weird, but I do want to see if I can get through a whole 87 key keyboard here. But Frank, welcome. Frank, always welcome, and everybody here always welcome. So, anyways, let's see if we can get through a whole board here. Get this to work. Whoosh whoosh Berber. Georgie TV, welcome back. Frank got a sword here too. Frank got a sword everywhere. $130. Tank the Frank. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but tanks were actually named after Frank. Literally the mod for the entire stream community. Where would we be without Frank? That's the question. I need to incorporate that extra sucking. Reuse the same sheath for all. Alright. Swords are out his hand. Yeah, let's just see that this is actually working properly here. There we go. Simple. Simple. Alright, I need another tray. So I'm picturing this to hopefully be quick. Don't jinx it. We'll see. We'll see. One second. A small part fell over that helps me clean, which I hadn't grabbed out to this point yet. Alright, let's think here. This would be 87 key. And then I otherwise have 2 more 60 key keyboards to be soldered as well. What if I did it all tonight? Could potentially do that. Is this one better than the FR301? Guessing so based on price. Well, if you caught all the roasting I had from the other night, you would assume not. But so how do I put this? I find that it is. I'm not 100% sure that I or anyone who is doing work that isn't like supremely professional here. I don't know that I would say it's worth the price, but I would say that I do like it quite a lot better. Angel, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Just like a keyboard, as long as it's worth it for you, it doesn't matter. Exactly, yes. The idea, okay, like, so I'm going to be speaking like somewhat generally and then somewhat very specifically at the same time. I think the idea behind like any desoldering station would be better than like something that's like an all-in-one gun. And very specifically, I think that this particular model of station kind of fit the budget and hit like a design point from something I just mentioned along with one other. So let me be more specific. The FM204 with this attachment here, this is a 2024. Basically all of the, like, a good portion of the elements used for heating and for suction is just stowed away in the station, which means that this thing is just much lighter. Angel, how am I doing? Doing well. And so like this helps specifically for the way in which I'm using it now, which is like vertically. Another part of like just what I think or what I find as like a design improvement in general is very specifically this guy right here. The cables used for both heating and suction separated into 2 cables here. They're coming out of this side. They're coming out of this side of the gun rather than through the bottom. And it also continues to make sense. You could see here, like you can actually use this as sort of a like a pencil almost. I don't really like using this. One reason being that like the trigger here is on the side, or is like on this sort of short side rather than this like wider side. But it works for whoever might actually need it. I was hoping that it would be better than I was anticipating, but I still end up using it like a gun anyways. Zero, welcome. Yeah, no work mat. No work mat today. For now. One in a milli, welcome. Welcome to stream. Glad to have you here. Okay, so that sounds like I gotta be cleaning this at this point. I'm getting something of a funny sound. Ooh, it's getting tightened up in here. Okay, so I may need to end up purchasing another nozzle because Not only is it sort of become unclean in here, it's that the pin still has some trouble actually getting through. I think it's still gonna work. We should still be able to finish this today on stream. But I think one of my motivations of even streaming today was to see whether or not like I could get away with not having to buy another nozzle. But here we are. Time to buy a bunch of spare parts. Yeah, I actually had it all in my cart from Monday night. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I do have this cleared up a little bit, but I'll also clear the barrel as well. And I'll also clean this from the inside. So I do this sometimes a little bit off stream just because I'm trying not to be so unsafe. Like, it's like I'll have to shift way forward. Typically. And not over like any kind of bin. I'd rather just do this like a little bit off screen here. So you guys might not be able to see exactly how I'm cleaning it. I wonder also, there is a chance here that maybe, possibly, it's the pin. Could potentially be the pin. So maybe I'll buy both a nozzle and another pin. Okay, we'll just we'll leave it at there for now. And finally, clear out this barrel. I've already sucked up a pretty good amount of solder. Okay, should be good. All right, back at business. Much cleaner. Everybody, welcome to stream. For anyone just tuning in, we are soldering or desoldering to harvest these switches. This was a pre-built. This was a stock Filco that I ended up modding maybe about 6 years ago to use Cherry MX tactile gray switches, which I had modded to be a bit lighter than what was like stock spec. And for full disclosure here, go in a couple directions. These switches, I'm actually going to revert back to stock and just make them super heavy. And then I think we're gonna throw it inside of that concrete tray case. So we'll just like kind of have like a gray theme going on there. Meanwhile, for the remainder of today's stream, knowing how difficult it was to just like right now clear out this nozzle, I don't know that I really want to continue a desolder job among the other 2 keyboards I was planning on desoldering. I'm not sure if I want to do that yet. My plan was to maybe consider doing those tomorrow, but just knowing how difficult this is to sort of clean out now, I'm not entirely certain I want to. We'll see how I feel after I get through these next 2.5 rows. Because our options would be, hey, I might actually continue along and desolder one other 60% board. Another option is maybe I'll just go and rebuild this because I do have some tuned switches. Bo Nice Diakult, welcome back. You got the optical switches? Nice. Have you been able to build them yet? Love to know. Yep, nice. How do you feel? How you liking them? Feel pretty nice? Okay. Better ones though? I see. What other optical switches are out there in the market? I guess I know very little about optical switches. They're just like, they've just never been on my radar. Missed one right here. Oh, actually I missed, yeah, that whole row as well. Alright, let's try again to clean through a little bit, just maybe from this side. Again, it's been proven very challenging. This is something that's supposed to just slide through cleanly. And I get this feeling again, maybe, I don't know, it might have been like a month ago or so, that we were doing that harvest from the Compacts MX-11-800, and that just kind of required like really like a lot of flux, and I feel as though having to deal with that is something that has made this nozzle harder to use. There we go. Yeah, it's on there so tight I feel like I'm about to hurt myself. Blue, red, black, yellow, silver, brown. Wait, who manufactures these optical switches? There are like a few different brands. Like I know like Razer does, right? Whew. Ooh. Grab this. Let me try to use some pliers. Now that that's really working. I may need another one of these. Nozzle I found on Hako's website for about 50 bucks, which is not so bad in comparison to I think I bought a previous one off of Amazon or eBay or something, which is this one. It was about like 65. I don't know why I didn't just go directly onto to Hako's store. It's just like cheaper. Keeb Weeb, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Working here on finishing up this desolder job. Was poppin'? You doing good out here? Alrighty. Just a couple more left. I think before we had gotten through about 2.5 or 2.5, 3.5. 2.5 or 3.5 rows before it started out fully clean. This nozzle has kind of went a little nuts since then. Okay, I think that's it. So I am going to, again, just while you still have it here, I'm gonna actually clean this one more time. Ooh, this is hot. All right, I can see where big portion of this is gunked up. Could that be where the blockage came from? 1 second, troubleshooting off camera right here. Sort of check things through. Is a rebuild or a switch harvest? It's funny you ask, because it's a little bit of both. I was debating whether or not I want to actually complete this rebuild today versus continuing to harvest out of more boards. And right now I'm just trying to clean out parts of this this gun. See if we can make a better determination of what our next move is. Just bear with me. So right now, anyone's just tuning in, I'm trying to clean this nozzle a little bit off the camera here. This nozzle has kind of been causing us some issues. But if we can get through them, we might be able to proceed with more switch harvesting. And more of these harvests will eventually lead to more builds. Ooh, that got tricky. It got tricky real fast. Okay. Seems like we've got some suction back, so that seems promising. Chris harvesting switches like a farmer. Where can I get some MX blacks? I mean, you could purchase MX blacks. If you're trying to go like the vintage route in certain ways, like a place where you like, I think a lot of people will try to source Wise switches, but those I think are much harder to come by with every passing day. More options are you could go onto eBay and just like search Cherry G80, or another option. This is, if you want a little secret sauce here, it's not that secret, is look up the word, like look up Cherry and then look up the word for keyboard in Russian, which should be, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's the way you spell it is read off like tastatur, and you might be able to come up with, possibly it might be the same results as just looking up Cherry G80. And what you then can do is, if you don't want any like new old stock stuff, you can see what results come up where you can see like the back label of these individual Cherry G80 keyboards, and then you can actually infer what the date was from these G80s, using like a specific set of codes on the back that you can just find the translation for off of the Desk Authority wiki. So I was able to get some, what I believe are about like 20-year-old Cherry Brown switches off of an 11800. So that's like the little secret. So if anyone was curious, you're in luck for being here on stream. Meanwhile, if you're looking for double shot keycaps specifically, the trick there is to try to find G80s where the code after like the G80 model number immediately is preceded by the letter H, which, to be perfectly honest, it's going to be hard to find those. I think people kind of generally know that, and so like they've all kind of just disappeared off of eBay over the last couple of years. Like you'll find them, you still can find them now, but they'll be a little pricier. So that's the trick. I should just search Facebook and Craigslist. I see. I feel like I could just like lift this off, huh? See if I get lucky with the old point of sale. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, especially like if you're looking just like, especially in the LA area, you can probably get a lot of good stuff, like for good deals out there. But it's sad knowing that everything's kind of dried up. I feel like everything is dried up, at least here. Ah. Okay. I'll run this poll. Let's run this poll. Let's run a quick poll as I sort of look through everything. Alright, nice little 5-minute poll. For anyone out there curious to see the next part of this stream, it's in your hands. Okay, so until that point, there's something else that I can show, which is if we were to actually do this rebuild, whether it's now or later. Something I want to grab here. Check this out. This right here is a very, very old Filco. This is like a Filco like aftermarket plate that they had someone had cut here from a long time ago. And there's a few things interesting about it. One is that, let's see. This one actually allots for cherry plate mount stabilizers. So even though the PCB doesn't allow for screw-ins, we could at least get part way there. I know that a lot of people probably don't really like cherry plate mount stabilizers, but I think that we have like a little bit of an advantage there in that we know that we can actually get the same level of tuning by virtue of just lube. I think what makes cherry plate mount hard to deal with is when you pop off keycaps, you're really at risk of popping something out badly from under. Are you going to eat the Costar? So that's the other funny thing about this too, is that like we could potentially just continue to build using this. Costar, to be perfectly honest, I do think Costar has one very minor advantage over cherry, or just like these sort of PCB mount stabilizers or cherry plate mount stabilizers or other types of PCB or plate mount stabilizers. The advantage that I think Costar has is you don't actually, just by virtue of how it works, I guess, you don't actually have to change out the spring for any heavier keys. So like say for example the space bar, you don't have to actually put a heavier spring on there to support the heavier key. So that's like the one minor advantage, but otherwise, yeah, I would just eat it. But feel free to get your votes in, guys, if you care to. What I potentially could do is, because this went on a little bit shorter than I anticipated, is we could rebuild this and we could probably desolder one other board. My previous thought was there was two other 60s that I wanted to desolder. So what I could maybe do is, because this might not take super long, I could probably do both. It's so hard to choose. Alright, if we end up with a tie, I'll actually do both. So just for anyone out there who's still deciding. Keep, we've had anyone play with C3 stabilizers? How are they? I stopped using them after V2. Better ones just came out. Yeah, so here's my perspective. I haven't tried these latest new couple of stabilizers between Stabies and TX. I personally haven't tried them just because they're just a little too scarce. And I don't really mind it. Like, it's like I'll get them when I can. It's just probably won't really be anytime soon because I just keep missing the drops. I otherwise, for these PCB mount stabilizers, like I just really won't otherwise use anything that's not Durock V2. Because the actual design of Durock V2, I think is like so vastly superior to the other designs that are not Durock V2. Because I think literally every other design is like vaguely based off of like the Cherry design, which I think pop out the wires a little too easily. So Durock V2 I think prevents this. Okay, looks like the KS-9 rebuild here was chosen over desoldering another board. So unless anyone really wants me to really wants me to desolder another board, then I'll go along with this. So here's what we'll do. I'm gonna edit the stream info. All right. Title of the stream is updated. I'm currently working on the build command, so bear with me. Okay. Young Koi, welcome to the stream. Okay, so one thing is if anyone wants to hit the build command or just wait for it to spin on the ticker below. Another thing I forgot to mention here about the waiting for rare TKL builds to become common. I don't quite know about that one. To be perfectly honest. Let's see. We built one a couple weeks ago. Then there's this one, and I'm never gonna rebuild these again. Just FYI, like I'm not gonna do it. It's just not gonna happen. So past that, then I have 2 more TKL keyboards, like MX keyboards in my collection. So 2 more left. One of them I may do 2 builds in. It just depends. And that whenever that like whatever it is, it's not gonna happen for a very long time. So just throwing that out there. Okay. So one thing I did not mention to this point right here is take a look at this. What you may notice is that these switch cutouts are very slightly bigger than the standard MX cutout. And the reason for this is because back in the old days, you didn't really have a lot of switches to choose from. You really just had Cherry switches and like the 4 to 7 different variants of Cherry switches. Especially the most common ones. You got what, like blue, brown, red, black, and then you had like clear, and then you had the 2 gray switches, dark gray and regular gray, which were the same gray, but they just had different names, and one was tactile and one was linear. So those were the common like Cherry switches that you could just get. So there's about 7 variants. Then I'm sure there were like old, super old clones, like other stuff that you could have harvested from, but there was no, like the cherry patent hadn't expired yet. People weren't really delving super deep into like cloning cherries and then just doing all these kinds of crazy recolors, material differences, and all that. So what people would do was they would make these cutouts that were slightly wider than the way that cherry would actually fit. And so if you look really closely, you can see there are these gaps. So what do these gaps mean? You could in one way look at it like, hey, this might lend it to wobble a little bit more. That this partially could be the reason, like the other side of the coin of why switch wobble happens, at least from the housing to the plate, could be like you know, people say like film them so you don't, like, you know, it's basically just you're trying to jam in something that's a little bit wider into the same hole. But the other side of the coin is, well, what if you just reduce the hole size? Now here the exact opposite thing was done, which is the hole size was widened. And the reasoning for that, which I still haven't gotten to this point yet, is the purpose of this is to use this specific, like, you know, what do you call these? The fork tool, like the fork switch opening tool, which would allow you from here to open up switches from the top where these are supposed to dip into. So this is what you were supposed to do. And you can do this like without actually having to desolder switches. So if you wanted to move over from, say, your cherry blacks to cherry clears, or vice versa, this is how you would go and do it. Plateless switch opener? Well, it's more like a desolderless switch opener. So like basically you could do something like this. You see that? Like, I was able to do this, and if you were already soldered in, you didn't actually have to change anything. Now, this is like, this was the meta back in the day, is just to like make your plates do this. At least in North America, it was kind of the meta. But this is, it's no longer like this. No one does this anymore because we're no longer confined to just like cherry switches and the material that cherry uses for their housings. We now can basically we can use like anything. Like we can use like any material for any housing. And so what I guess the meta had moved over towards were like removable sockets, like SIP sockets basically, or not SIP sockets, but like those like Milmax sockets or Kale sockets for hot swapping. That did not exist. And how to put this, it's not that it didn't exist, it's that specifically like hot swapping using, like, for example, Milmax sockets technically weren't even made for things like keyboard, like MX switches. It's just that people discovered that you can use them for that. And so when people made that discovery, they're like, okay, let's just do it. And it's kind of where we are today. So this meta of like widened plate, like switch cutouts, like they're not really, like, I mean, it's not really used anymore. But it's funny because like I have like a handful of plates that are like this, and they're just really a relic, a relic of the past now. You can still buy the switch openers, but they call them plateless switch openers now. I see. He was, yeah, I don't know that I would personally call it plateless switch openers. I guess it's that, like, if you were still soldered in, like if you soldered in plateless, yeah, you could use them for when you have plateless, but it's that, like, the whole purpose is that, like, well, it's that if you were soldered in. So there you go. What I think that honestly, These plates, what I think they'll be useful for is if you have like some absurdly tight switch. I think at this stage that's what that would be good for. Case in point here is, so you guys, if you guys don't know me already, I think that the concept of Franken switching is a good idea. However, I don't like the names of Franken switches. It's just like, I think they're goofy, and I think that they're largely not helpful. So, let me go and sort of break this down. I have a Franken switch that is a, what is it? It is a halo stem with a panda top and a Zeal bottom housing. These switches have so much trouble fitting into like certain plates. So like the thing is, I think what they would work in is like plates that are of softer material, but I think they could equivalently work in situations like this, where the cutout is actually a little bit wider, because I'm pretty sure the issue that I had from running those switches in my previous build for an alu plate board, which was the Honeyboard HB60, the issue there was that there were some cutouts that, I don't think it was the switches, I think it was the cutouts, where the tolerance wasn't perfect in allowing those switches to actually press through, because like I could punch it in and I could punch in any switch into the same spot of like a given plate, but the cutout was just too tight, like in that point, just due to tolerance issues, and you end up getting sticking that only just happened like laterally, because you were literally trying to squeeze in like this plate horizontally right here, or the switch horizontally right here, to the point where it would just kind of get stuck and have trouble or struggles returning. So this is what I think it would be good for, and my plan is to use that same Franken switch for another build, a tray, basically a tray case build that has a plate with these style cutouts that are just a little bit wider. So Kiwi, your blank switches are dope. I imagine that to be the case. I will not say the name. Those do be sounding weird. Yes, the thing is, like, I want to be able to actually produce this Franken switch, but haven't done it yet, and also I'm not gonna say it by name. It's just a choice I made. Okay, let me go grab my container full of stabilizers, and we'll sort of we'll go from here. Knowing that we're probably gonna just toss these Costar stabilizers in that whole plate. So junk drawer giveaway for today. If you want a Filco plate and some Costar stabilizers, I guess that could be our giveaway for today. And for anyone who's just joined, I typically will try to run the worst giveaways possible every stream. Things that people really don't want. Alright, it looks like I have some plate mount stabilizers here that already have some BDZ in them, so why not? Worst giveaways, Okay, so I'm also noticing a few interesting things in here. Aha, here it is. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, Antixius. Okay, so if you guys want to also know another, if you guys don't already know this, or another little factoid here for you. When you buy cherry stabilizers, I think like there's a lot of places now that are doing clip-ins. A lot of vendors are selling clip-ins now. They're really cost effective. So these are PCB mount but clip-ins, not screw-ins. They're becoming more common because they're really cost effective, and then people have kind of been learning like the whole like wedge something in there so it doesn't pop out situation. But I believe that clip-ins and also like GMK screw-ins, I believe. Idiot sandwich. Cherokee. Okay, so I believe that they all come in with this style insert. And what you notice about this style insert is it looks kind of funny. They got these fangs. So these two little fangs on each end that like are just like thinner than all the rest or the other two. And people say clip these off. So I believe I understand like what's going on here. So those types of inserts, these exist specifically both for, I believe, cherry clip-ins and also these GMK screw-ins, because the design was made such that this insert is supposed to hit your PCB. Like it's supposed to just like strike the PCB when it gets to the bottom. Bro, alright, I have my work PC keyboard and my personal PC keyboard right next to each other due to how my desk is, and I've forgotten which one. Oh, great. I used to do like a double keyboard, double like machine setup too, but then like I've just kind of switched off of that. I just use like a series of like USB switches and Synergy when I need to, or Synergy and USB switches when I need to. I feel like that's just worked out for me better. Okay, anyways, back to my spiel here. So there are these little fangs, and the idea is that they come with these PCB mount stabilizers, whether they're screw-ins or clip-ins, because when it strikes, like say that this is the surface, when it strikes your PCB, these like thin fangs are supposed to cause a little bounce, and that's why they'll feel mushy off the bat. And that's why there's a bunch of like keyboard content creators and people in the community who say clip these off, because you don't want that bounce, you don't want that mushiness, you want the sort of like flatness, so that like it's not so mushy. Meanwhile, there are these that have existed even since like the cherry days, which is exactly the inserts that people use, or that companies are using for say C3 or Duroc or whatever. These inserts have existed, and those companies have just stolen this design, which Cherry was using specifically for plate mount stabilizers, where you don't even have anywhere close to that same type of issue. So this right here was meant for PCB mount stabilizers, but if you were using plate mount, like you don't have that problem, so they just made it like this. And this is what all the, I guess these other companies stole in terms of their design. So every new vendor that's doing this now, basically they almost like Franken stabilizered their stabilizer design by producing a PCB mount with a plate mount insert. So that's my little fun fact of the day. Okay. So we need a few of these here. So we'll grab 6, and you know what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna bring that work mat back out, or I might toss this guy. I'll just kind of see how I feel. What else do I need? Oh, I need a 6.25U wire, and it has to be a straight wire. Interesting. Keyboard history. Whoa! Keyboard history that's not on point. Breach PH, thank you for that big ol' raid! Available, thank you for the follow. Send lube, please. Wait, missing some lube? I think I just dropped a housing here somewhere. Ah, well, it'll turn up eventually, I hope. No, legit, send some? We've been breached. Okay. Lube me up. Little Skins K, welcome. Alright, so we gotta find all the parts that we need here. So bear with me. Wow, okay. I'm gonna grab another tray here. What's with the scuff? Too smart. What scuff are you noticing today? Which of the things are you considering scuff that I need to address? Top cam. Oh, my bad. Thank you guys. I was showing something a little close, a little macro situation. I appreciate calling that out. I don't have an autofocus setup above here, nor do I have an autofocus setup there. I don't use mirrorless for my my cams, so I don't get to reap those styles of benefits. Me neither, bro. I feel it. Wait, you don't use mirrorless either? DSLR, yup, there you go. I'm broke. It's funny that you say that. It's like it's I say this all the time here, but I guess I don't need this. You know what's funny is I don't actually know what would happen if you use these like on a non. Let's try it out. I use Nikon, so I'm on Nikon, so it's just like I'm entirely on the Nikon system, so that's my excuse. Same, nice. All right. So one thing I'm going to try out is just as an example here. We push this in from the bottom. Is that right? Am I putting it in the right direction? I don't think it really matters. This is interesting. They have like cutouts here for a 6U spacebar, I believe. But then, like, who would actually use it? Also, I don't quite remember how to use plate mount stabilizers, so, so give me a second. Gonna grab some dinner, have a good stream. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And thanks so much for bringing your community. Keyboard streaming as scuff is synonymous? Yeah. There we go. So there's that housing. So what I'm now curious about is if this is how I was supposed to insert it, how do we lube plate mount stabilizers? I think I've done this like all of once. Twice maybe? I think once. I think I've only ever done this once. And I remember it being super jank. It appears that what we need to do is we need to insert these housings before we even begin lubing. And why this kind of sucks, let's kind of just see here. Does this even make sense? What is going on right now? Will this work? How does this actually work? What the? It's been so long. TKL King, welcome. Okay, so we're trying to recall how to use plate mount cherry stabilizers. It's been way too long. Way too long. But TKL King, welcome to the stream. You assemble them before clipping them in. Now, it's tough. It's tough because what is your way into it? Let me see. Let's check this out. So before we even get to the point of lubing, I just wanted to try this out so I fully know. I don't think that's plate mount compatible. So what I think you might be referring to is specifically the fact that there's no middle bar for this, which like seems kind of true. That like I don't think it is. But what if we just like force our way in? Because I think it could work. It could work coming in from, let's see. We could file it down and then make this like a super typical but degenerate stream here. Here's the thought. You'd have to do something like this, where like you actually have space to insert the wire. Never force it in. All right. So you'll have to basically angle this in to allow some space for that wire to come in. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Because once you actually get the back part of this in, that's where you'll find some trouble. Now, the problem with this is that I don't know how then, at that point, we'll actually be able to start lubing. Like, we could probably inject some lube, but other than that, we're going to have some problems. Dremel time. So that's another problem, is that I still personally don't have a Dremel. I've been meaning to get one for the last like 8 years, and I still don't have one. Get one. Best thing ever. I could add loads and loads more scuff to my stream by purchasing a Dremel. So yeah, this is absolutely possible, but in no way preferable, because I'm gonna have to like basically fiddle with this like mad for 5 different stabilizers. TKL, are you okay? Do I need to call the doctor? We're trying to do a little bit of a funky discovery here. As mentioned here in the title, I literally just wanted to harvest the switches, but I knew that I could actually proceed with a build just so I don't have like a 4 parts keyboard. But we're encountering a little bit of a funky problem here, which is my inability to get this spacebar stabilizer to work, even preceding lubing. Yeah, we're doing plate mount cherry stabilizers, because I figure personally that that is a better idea than Costar. But the problem is this plate doesn't have the bar space here. That's so yeah, take everything off here, the stabilizers go on top. Yeah, well, so that's the problem. There's no bar here. Yeah. So like I feel like there is a way to do this. It's just gonna be crazy annoying. So I want to figure it out. And that's where we're at right now. Like someone has designed this plate to be this way. And you need a cutout. We need a cutout, like, yeah, through the spacebar entirely, so that you can insert a plate mount stabilizer from the top. But because this one doesn't have it, we're going to have to get a little creative, I guess. How'd you take it off the beginning and reverse it by watching VOD? No, this was an aftermarket Filco plate from like, I don't know, 8 years ago. And I've never actually used plate mount cherry stabilizers for it. Like I just never actually used it for this reason. What I'm thinking is that like, you'd be able to actually do this by like putting these, putting this in through the top first and then trying to snap it in together. The problem then that arises out of all of this is that we actually won't be able to like lube this very cleanly. I don't think it's doable then. Now we'll always figure it out in this stream. It's never pretty, but it's always it always works at the very end of it. Do the plate mount stabilizers even sit in the hole nicely? They do, but the problem is you can't like it clips in, but as soon as it's clipped in, like you can't get the wire in there. But I think the key is you just gotta trust. We are going to get this. Trust told me he left the building. Our good friend Trust is still here. Oh my goodness. Kiwi King with the big ol' raid, that party of 45. Everybody, welcome, welcome. Glendale, first time chat. Hey, thanks so much for being here and welcome. Man, I'm gonna butcher that name real hard. Dikaris, welcome. Glendale, thank you for the follow. We are trying to figure out what is very, very likely to be impossible, but you know, I think we'll get it. We are trying to, Jesus, we are trying to insert plate mount stabilizers where there's no cutout. There's no cutout here. Also, I put this in the wrong spot. Latro Dextan, welcome. It's exactly how you think it said. Swords everywhere. Everywhere. We can do this. I know we can. Trying to insert something where it shouldn't normally go. Got it. Yep. Yep. Oh, Joran, welcome back. The Mega Mod. Oh, Joran, you're planning on opening up a lens? Ooh, that's freaky. Okay, I got an idea. I'm gonna throw on some like Scotch tape. These inserts, they keep popping out, and I feel like I'll throw in a little bit of Scotch tape from the bottoms. So that way they don't pop out. We're gonna get this, guys. I believe. I was gonna try what I build. If I can rescue it, it's worth it. Hey. I'm pretty sure even when you get it in, the stabilizers won't work. Oh, let's see. Let's see. That sounds like a challenge. I build if I can rescue. Ooh. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, we're not gonna use those. We'll use these. Can you even get one side in? Like, the thing is, the housings fit. The housings fit for sure. My issue is like trying to angle this so that there's like an insertion point for the space bar somewhere. So here's what I'll do. All right, this tape went on the wrong side, or the wrong order. Okay. So for example, this will work. Check this out. So like the housings do pop in, if that's what one of the initial concerns was. The next concern is, will the wire actually fit in? And the answer to that, I think, is it may. It absolutely may. So what I'm doing right here is I'm taping just the insert to the outer housing of the stabilizer. Ooh. Okay, so now look, the housings are in there, or the inserts are inside these housings. I have taped the bottoms to it. The question is, can I at some point like angle this in such a way that I can get the wire through? And this will get even funnier because I'm already like, I'm predicting a few things here. One is, this is going to be very stupid. Actually, not going to, it already is, I recognize. I'm so concerned for this board. We're gonna get it, guys. You gotta, oh shit. You gotta believe. It's also very hard to do this, like, while trying to keep conscious of the camera. Okay, I've actually got one side snapped in of this spacebar stabilizer. So the question is, can we get the second? The remaining problem after this, oh, there's so many problems with this, is that there's no lube in here right now. So any advantage we had from trying to use cherry stabilizers over Costar is kind of nullified right now because I have not pre-lubed any of these parts for fear of there being just like a stupidly giant mess. Okay, so it's snapped in. Check that out. I actually snapped it in at this point. The question then from this point is, will I actually be able to put in the housing? And the answer should be yes. So there you go. There it is. So you can see here, it ends up being really stupid. This actually worked. This ends up being really stupid for many reasons. One of the things is that, like, again, I haven't been able to pre-lube it. But two is that there is the tiniest gap between that wire and the actual plate itself. Yeah, so that's the funny thing, Joran, is it touching the metal? There's the tiniest of gaps. I think this should still be able to work though. So like, let's throw in a switch, right? So today we're gonna be running KS-9 Pros. It's running the whole way, that would be jank. It's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking, but this should still work. Check this out. Okay. Let me also grab our key set. No choice for key set today because I really... Shit. Well, would I do even work? Hold on. Now I'm thinking about this really extra hard. So, what I was planning on doing before I was even thinking about running this set, or running this whole build, was potentially using this old, these are SA keycaps that that SP produced for Filco. And what is really, really goofy is that I think they may have glued in some of these stabilizers. Let's see. They glued in the actual Costar clips. So before I realized I was actually completing this build today, I was thinking, oh, maybe I should use this because these are Costar anyways. But perhaps maybe I should save these for my other Filco build, I suppose. This is super goofy. All right. I guess in that case we could just run the EPBT set that we were already using from before. One thing though is that I might also from there need to look at that. I mean, it works, but at this point I might need to put in a heavier spring into the actual switch, just knowing that we switched over from Costar to cherry here, but it actually works. So maybe I should have run a prediction for doubters, because I feel like you know, it could have been a nice payout there. You could take it apart and lube it. That's the hard part, is that like it required so much touching. There was so much touching that I'm just like, I could potentially try to lube, but it would just get everywhere. Maybe only lube the housings and not the stems. Like, no pressure, I'm just tossing it out. What I think would be like the best possible solution is let me grab this guy. So here's like my jewel picker, right? Is just try to plug it from the back and then just like hope to death that I don't over lube it, but also hope to death that it like clears out any rattle. Like, cause if I over lube it, then I'm fucked. Meanwhile, take a look at this. These other 4 stabilizers for left shift, right shift, enter, and backspace, none of these will actually have a big problem because we actually do have the wire clearance for all these cutouts. Here's a question for you: lubing Topre PCBs or no? So the short answer is yes. The short answer, I think, is yes. The long answer is 1, I've never done it, so I don't 100% know. 2 is like I think I otherwise understand. It's that like you don't want to run oils necessarily on these springs, but you got to find some way to kind of get rid of that sort of springy sound. And what I think is that lubing the PCB will actually go and do that. And the thing is, like, I was watching Buddy OG's stream, and he was just like, he was lubing his PCBs, and I don't know, I just figure he's like the Topre guy, he must know. And just as I understand, it's supposed to work, but again, with that said, I don't know because I've never done it. I was mentioning this with Halloween, what was it, yesterday? It's just that I don't really know. There's a lot of Topre mods I did back in the day, but none of them are like the actual good Topre mods that exist today. So as much I like HHKBs, is the fact that the truth is I haven't touched Topre in a really, really long time. So yeah. Okay. So we got some work ahead of us, don't we? All right, let's get to it. Let's do. Okay, here's the next thing I was curious about. The next thing I was curious about was like using these, because like I don't want to waste these necessarily, but using these PCB mount inserts that have the fangs. How, if you use this for plate mount stabilizers, I'm gonna imagine that this shouldn't actually be problematic, but I don't know. It actually may be. They should be fine, right? So that's what I was thinking, because the way I pictured it in my head, Kiwi, is that like plate mount stabilizers, they just kind of, I think, are supposed to like hover. But the part that I'm worried about is I think the inserts themselves might still in some capacity make contact with the PCB, which is what those like stupid fangs are for, and you know, the fangs that no one likes. So I mean, I could just clip these, or I could just go with the other flat inserts. So but let's just try it out. Why not? Like, why not just try it out? Got all the time in the world, right? So I'm going to put this here on backspace. Interesting. I think these are possibly meant to be north facing, because that clearance bar is like really high. This is weird. Let's try this out. No, they gotta be south facing, because that's where the insert for that side is. Okay, I got one side in. I have the other yet? There we go. Okay, I got this clipped in at this stage now. Okay, so let's throw like just a couple of random switches in just so we have like a solid level of clearance everywhere. I consider this somewhat pale green compared to like some other green PCBs I've seen. It's pretty funny. My kind of stream, proper layout stream. Oh, this is the most wrong layout. Actually, every layout is the most wrong, unless it's the right one.
So again, if you have any friends or family that are showing signs of depression, you make sure you support them and you are there for them.
Alright,
And you make sure you do what you got to support them.
shall we clip or should we just use the others? Let's clip, because I'm not gonna. This is not that serious of a build. Like I could just use the flats, but gotta get rid of these sometime. All right. You know, fuck this. I'm gonna use the flats. I'm not gonna do any clipping. But I'm gonna need a lot more than what I laid out here. For a hot moment, I thought I was doing an HHKB, so clipping. So yeah, for anyone who doesn't know what I was just referring to, I gave this little history lesson just prior to the big raid. These right here are like cherry like inserts for PCB mount like clip-ins, which also I think these exist for like GMK screw-ins too. These extra little guys right here that like kind of have these like fangs. Let's see if I can show that off. Those need to be clipped off because what the purpose of those is when they strike the PCB for PCB mount stabilizers, these cause like a bounce, and that's kind of why like if you watch a bunch of YouTube tutorials like of stabilizers that are not like modern non-cherry or GMK stabilizers, they tell you to clip these. Meanwhile, they produced like Cherry also produced these, which are for plate mount, that had the flattened design anyway, which is what got stolen for all the modern stabilizers for use in PCB mount. So I had a bunch of old ones, like just both plate and PCB mount stabilizers, just throughout a bunch of old boards. So I have a bunch of both, and I'm gonna throw these in instead. Because yeah, I don't really want to clip. I'm just like, well, when else would I use these? So, all right. Okay, so we're pleasantly making a giant mess, of course. Did you get a new tattoo? I see that covering. No. So the story here is that this big piece that you always see on stream, I've been working on this since 2017, but I used to have like a tattoo underneath it that this didn't fully cover up, just given the nature of the negative space in this design. So what wasn't covered up, I've just been trying to get lasered for the last several years, and it's still a process. Still a process. That's what I'll say. Gotcha. Yep. All right. How many more of these do I have and need? All right, I need one more. Exactly one more. There we go. So these should cover. What switches did you harvest? So I not recently. A long time ago, this Filco used to have. I mean, I think when I got it, it must have had like cherry reds. But at some point, I modded that I did a switch swap to use cherry MX tactile gray switches, but spring swapped to be a little bit lighter. So they basically were just kind of like fake ergo clears. 2, 4, 6, 8. So the rest of these can go away. But CH9, welcome to the stream. Killer AC 909, welcome, welcome. Out of a weird curiosity, I'm wondering if 909 is your area code, because that was the area code from where I grew up. All right, BRB getting to bed, y'all. All right. Okay, so we got all these, but I'm also going to poke these out. I wish to, but I'm indecisive on what to get. I need a few more wires. Been there, never decide on anything. Alright, some of these, like, these don't even match these colors. I found a bunch of black 2U. Maybe I'll just use the black 2U. Alrighty, now we're gonna finally do some actual work 2.5 hours in. And we started stream so early today, it's crazy. So thank you all for being here. Alright, let's just, I guess we'll get started. I believe that this may have already been lubed, but wouldn't hurt to just try again. Trying to hit it lightly so I don't mix up a bunch of BDZ here. Alright. Those two taken care of. These we'll throw off to the side. There already was one of these in here. Yeah. Just curious because I harvested some mint blacks from an old Apple split keyboard from 1993. Nice. Yo, Andy, is that you?
Huh? What's going on?
I'm on live right now, guys. Everybody, this is Andy, my co-host.
That's not me. What are you doing?
I am rebuilding a keyboard.
Rebuilding a keyboard?
I am rebuilding a keyboard.
Did you mess it up the first time or what?
No, it's just like a really, really old one that like I had modded like 6-7 years ago, and I just like harvested out all the parts, and I'm gonna put in a couple of new parts into it.
Oh, a little tune-up. You must be happy.
Little tune-up.
Little tune-up, little fixer-upper.
Little fixer-upper. That's my rap name. A little fixer-upper. You just get off work or what?
I got off work and I met up with my boy Philip, and then we had some shabu shabu together.
Nice.
Yeah, I was just like kind of craving it. I haven't had it in a while. Somewhat healthy. I don't know. Fit the vibes, you know.
Nice, nice.
But like, that restaurant I went to, I'm not gonna name any names, but like, it's like a shabu bar where like everyone kind of just sits next to each other at a bar.
All right.
It's like hella cramped, and I'm like, shouldn't they like space this out?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like when you're sitting directly next to a stranger, it's like not the best like dining experience. But I guess that's my own fault for just like going up to eat anyways. But
Yeah, it
yeah,
was like, I mean, it's
weird.
kind of weird even pre-COVID.
Yeah, they should like have some kind of regulation in place where, I mean, most places say like 6 feet apart or whatever, but you don't usually have to worry about that because you have your own table. But this place, it's like a bar. They should at least put a chair in between each party. But they're like, no, fuck that.
Man, they gotta make money.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm stuffed, and then I don't know.
Nice.
Oh, I got boba after.
Oh, Boba Boy.
It's so weird because like, okay, there's this like really popular chain boba shop down here, and it's kind of new-ish, where like it's like the trendy hotspot to like get boba.
All right.
And for whatever reason, like every time I go to one, and like I've been to multiple locations, like at least 4 different locations, every single one I've been to, when I go inside, the workers just look miserable. Like no one's ever happy. No one like greets you like kindly. They're kind of just like what do you want? Like what do you like? They're just like upset. And I'm just like, I wonder why. Like, is like the working environment just not healthy? Like they dealing with some toxic customers complaining about sugar levels? I don't know. Like,
You don't want to name the
it's called
chain?
Pat. I mean, it's called Sunright.
What's it called?
Sunright, like sun as in like sun and moon, and like right as in like no, you're wrong.
Ah,
Right and wrong.
got it. Sunrise.
Sunright E Studio. I
see.
mean, it's really good. It's like I don't know, just a lot of places use like powders and like shit like that, but they actually use like real stuff. So I guess that's just what makes you like taste the difference, you know?
Maybe it tastes so good because of their misery.
Oh shit! They're pouring their souls into the drinks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like, man, it just makes me like, oh, maybe I should just like tip them a lot, and maybe they'll feel better. But I don't know. It's like chipping away at like something that I feel like is hopeless, like recycling. Like this earth is already polluted. There's no turning back, you know?
Gosh.
That's kind of an extreme comparison, huh?
Yeah, that's a pretty cool take, man.
But it's Sunrise. I like don't like how it's so good because I want to get it all the time. And it's bad because it's like sugary, not healthy, and expensive, and just not a good habit to have. But you know,
I say do it, man. Sugar's good for you. I don't know if you.
yeah. I mean, mental health is more important than physical health. You know.
Also, physical health. It's really physically good for you. Sugar. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, I know your body needs like sugar for like energy or whatever, but whatever. Whoa.
Sugar is like part of clean eating. I don't know if you knew that.
I remember like in school, like when you learn about like nutrition, and then they show you that like food pyramid, and like sugar's at the way bottom, like the importance, like and like veggies at the top. You need to read up on your food pyramid.
My food pyramid.
Study up on that because you got your info backwards, Chris.
Jordan, we got someone online. Yes, this is Andy, my co-host.
Yeah, like hop on and talk about shit that's not related to keyboards, even though that's like Chris's thing. I don't add anything to a stream really.
Andy,
Just
the
kinda
keyboard
keep it.
expert. He knows everything about keyboards here.
Oh, I have really good keyboard suggestions.
Like that hot dog keyboard?
Yeah, that'll be so good. Cause that would be so sick. All the keycaps are just hot dogs, and they're like kind of like flopping around.
Vertical hot
And
dogs?
it's like all greasy.
Yeah. And then the spacebar is a horizontal hot dog, so it's really hard to get to the spacebar. Oh shoot. I used
Man,
the
that's such a good ass idea.
wrong lube. Alright, I'm gonna close this up, clean that up later. Gioran says hi.
Someone said hi.
Gioran. What?
They said hi.
Yeah.
That's nice of them.
We got a whole gang of people in here right now.
Whole gang.
A whole gang.
That's crazy. That like people watch your stream. I don't know. No
I agree.
offense. Oh man. Shit.
None taken. None taken till you said no offense.
No, I'm just like you've come a long way, Chris. I've been there since the beginning. That's the thing. So like looking back and when you first started, I'm like, damn, like it's awesome.
Thank you.
Because I would be your only viewer for a
Yeah,
while.
yeah.
But then I wouldn't even like be watching. I just like put it on.
Yeah. Well, that's like most people. That's like most people for most streams, I feel like.
You know, this is really random, but I thought about this recently and I wanted to talk to you about it. But
Alright.
remember that one time I was like, damn, I really like miss playing all those like GameCube games. So I like tried to download that emulator and then I loaded up the Mario Kart Double Dash ROM, but like my graphics card is like non-existent and it couldn't render any of the graphics.
Yeah, no, I remember it was Mario Golf, and then like you sent a screenshot of like Donkey Kong, and you looked all fucked up.
Oh man, it was like this. Like you could see like the outline of his head, but it's just his eyeballs. It's like crazy shit. It was like scary. Man, I like want to get a computer that could like let me play GameCube emulators.
Wait, me and Ada, we sent you that 1060. Did you install that yet?
The thing is, I haven't installed it yet because
That was like,
I just never use my PC.
I want a
But
PC.
even then, even if well, here's okay. There's a lot of barriers to entry here. I don't know if it will work with my PC as is. I don't know how to install it, and I might break it. So I'm just scared.
All right.
And I know how crazy graphics cards are. So like, until an expert can guide me through it, I'm gonna like chill on it. You know what I'm saying?
All right. I mean,
But if you guys need it back, ship it back to you.
I don't think we need it back, but I think you might be surprised to learn. I was surprised to learn apparently. Like just literally every graphics card is just like raising in value, including like a 1060. And like for Ada, like at the time that we sent it to you, it was kind of a throwaway card. But like now I think like it actually probably just has like something that resembles a legitimate value.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful, but at the same time, I'm just like,
Haven't put it to use yet.
I haven't put it to use yet. I'm also a very Mac guy, and I like don't love PC, so that's like another thing that's kind of like, oh. And another thing on top of that is like, if I start playing all these games, I'm gonna fucking be so unproductive.
All right, true. But yeah, I think you know what another motivation to not upgrade the graphics card is I think you might want Donkey Kong to look like that.
Oh shit, you're right.
I need to find that again. I gotta show stream. I'm gonna after I finish these stabilizers, I'm gonna try to look for that picture real quick, so I can put it up on stream.
Definitely show the stream. Yeah.
It was terrifying.
Because it's like highly amusing. Like people are probably like, "What the hell are they talking about?" But once they see it, they're just like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, no, because like I remember like I ended up getting that same emulator and finding Mario Golf as well, and
yours Donkey Kong was normal.
Looked perfect. Donkey Kong looked perfect in 4K.
Shit.
Bjorn says, I'm thankful also I got this gift horse here and I just can't help but stare at its mouth. Old man Burns.
Oh, someone got a graphics card to stare at it?
Oh yeah. Well, that's you.
Is that why people get clear PC cases so they can look at their parts?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my goodness! Now it's all clicking now. So I was like, why do people want it open in the seat?
You don't want to see it at all.
Money on this card is beautiful.
All right, I'm gonna try to find that picture real quick. I'm gonna see if I can come up with it real fast. It's important.
Was it? Did I even send it when we had Discord? Wasn't that like way back?
Yeah. It was a long time ago, man.
Dude, there's no way you're gonna find that. If you do,
no, I may have saved it.
The fucking FBI.
I think I saved it, so I might need to find where I saved it. Shit, where did I save it? Oh man, you know what?
What?
I think I saved it on my last machine, and then I never moved it over here.
You had another PC?
No, it was my iMac before this Mac Mini.
Oh, what happened to your iMac? You traded it in?
Yeah, I traded it in for this Mac Mini.
Oh, shouldn't it be on some like external?
It is, but I was not gonna look for it. I wasn't gonna look for it that hard.
Oh.
I was just gonna look for it here.
You're gonna leave your chat all disappointed.
All right,
I'm sure they all care so much.
I'm looking for it real fast to see if it actually is here or not, and I think the answer is no. Damn, bummer. My apologies, guys. I'm gonna look on Discord real quick, see if it shows up. NZ Caps, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Ow. Oh, Lakers are playing today. Did they lose?
Oh crap, yeah, that game is, I think it's still going on right now. I'm gonna throw it on my TV here on mute.
Oh, they're losing.
That's a surprise.
That's nice. I love seeing Westbrook's stats.
I feel
so
like
amusing. Like, what is he up to today? Okay, he's shooting 2 for 11 today. Wow.
I feel like it's almost become like kind of comical, kind of sad, kind of comical. Man, yeah. No, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that Donkey Kong picture.
Man. It's unfortunate. I kind of want to see it too.
Damn, that was over a year ago, you know?
Was it?
Yeah, because I found it was in Hangouts. We were still using Hangouts. And December of 2020, you said, remember when I used that GameCube emulator and Donkey Kong looked all crazy? So that was before December 2020.
Oh shit. crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe. Okay, so I like ask your chat if they've heard of fucking Aloe.
Aloe. Have you guys heard of Aloe? You guys. Has anyone here heard of Google Aloe? And part of me, I'm still kind of trying to look for.
Well, for those of you that don't know what Google Aloe was, so like how many years ago was this? Maybe like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Our buddy, he's like stuck on he loves Android phones, and he's like, dude, you guys have to download this new like messenger app. It's like so sick. And like we're like, yeah, sure. I mean, if it allows us to all like get together and chat, whatever, sure. So we all installed Aloe, and it was like the shittiest chat app ever. And I was just so upset. Like, why are we using this? It's so bad. And we like stuck with it for like years, and we're just like, and then eventually it got shut down because it sucked so bad. And Google was like, why the fuck did we even make this shit? And then we swapped over to Google Hangouts, and that was like much better, but still like had its flaws. It was easy to like video chat, which is cool. But the actual like function of just like searching through your chats or like referencing older stuff or whatever, like it was lacking in certain features. But now we're on. What are we on now? Discord, obviously, yeah.
This is Discord that we're on now.
So, obviously, Discord is, like, it's pretty solid. I think it, like...
You used to...
I have my gripes with it. I still don't think it's perfect.
You used to hate Discord.
My biggest issue with Discord is, you can't send large images or files unless you have Nitro. I'm like, I don't want to sign up for this shit. So that's like my biggest issue. Like, fuck Nitro. Like, who pays for this? Like,
I think there's probably a lot of people here who pay for Nitro.
I mean, for me, it's like, why am I paying? Like, why do I have to pay for this, bro? Like, I don't know. It's just like kind of upsetting. Like, and then my other gripe with Discord is, I think the layout, just like the whole layout of it, just is so bad. It's really confusing. It's not very intuitive. I think you look like someone brand new to Discord is gonna be like, what the fuck is this? That's how I was. And I eventually got used to it, but I still think, man, this is so bad. Like, it needs a redesign. But I think it has this cult following and whatever, and people who use it are just so used to how it is that they don't mind it, and it doesn't bother them. But as someone like outside looking in, who's not really a gamer, who doesn't use it that often, I'm just like, this app is built so shitty. I don't know, maybe I'm just like, it's just me. I could be, it's not a popular opinion. I'm sure people love it, but that's just me. Yeah, so I'm just waiting till what we're going to move on to next. What's the next chat app, huh? Bring back AIM?
Ah, shoot. This popped out? For real? Alright, okay. Just quick updates. I gave up on trying to look for that Donkey Kong picture. So that's my first update. My second update is I'm trying to put in this the stabilizer here, and it just popped out. So this one's probably going to be super rattly.
Oh, shit.
Third of all...
You should get keycaps that are, like, clear and has stuff inside of them, like what do you call those things? Like
terrariums? There kind of are. Those kind of exist. They make like Pokemon ones. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Or like one that has like ants in it, like ant farms. I'll be so sick.
NZ.
Like, you need to start doing shit that no one's doing, bro. Like, how else are you gonna blow up and be big in this keyboard world? You gotta take it to the next level.
NZ Cap says, "Let's go back to MSN Messenger." Did you ever use MSN Messenger?
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. MSN Messenger had really good emotes. I liked it, and it had like a very like that was like early 2000s, so they had that like Y2K vibe, and the design and stuff was cool, simple. I liked it, but it wasn't. People just didn't really use it. Bro, I fucking loved AIM though. Like, I remember everyone had the profiles, right? And you could like go click it, and people like update it.
Put some song lyrics in there.
Yeah, like song or what I'm now playing, like.
Or like what else? You put some ASCII art in there.
Yeah, and then I remember there was like this plugin where you could like start coding and adding shit and like making like pages, like literally like HTML like coding within the chat. I mean, so within the profile pages. And I was like doing some advanced shit. I felt like a hacker, bro. It was good times, man.
Oh, we got a hacker in here, guys.
I used to hack, bro.
Hey, did you know
the background color of my AIM profile?
Hey, did you know Neo?
You know, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Did you know Neo?
No. But man, AIM days. And I remember like people would start these group chats, and like some people know each other, some people, and then most of the time like most people don't know each other. Everyone just like starts like talking shit to each other. And you're just like, who the hell is that?
Yeah, man. I forgot about that. Just like you get invited to a chat room and like why?
Those are lit, man.
Those are fun.
And then everyone had like those GIF avatars. Oh man.
Oh,
those
so good.
Too.
Oh, they were called buddy icons.
Buddy icons. Yours was Ruben Studdard for the longest time.
Oh, for the longest time, it was just like Ruben Studdard's head.
Zoomed in.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Like his face. It didn't even have like the shape of his head, but it would be like his face. Classic. Classic Ruben. Alright. One more set of stabilizers here. Going at this for like half an hour now. A lot of this time was spent talking about messaging systems and also looking for this Donkey Kong picture. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to find. I will find that Donkey Kong picture one day, though. Oh, whoops. Okay, so real quick, you guys might have heard a Discord sound. That was me, my bad. I turned streamer mode off because for some reason when you have streamer mode on in Discord, you can't search messages by user. You can use search, but not search for users. It's really weird. Alright, just one left. Almost done with this BDZ. This is my second container of BDZ. I guess I can like look up how many boards one container of BDZ lasts me. Because I'm pretty sure the last time I went to another 5 grams, it was during the build-a-thon. So since then I can count the boards. But I still have kind of a good amount in here. Alrighty. Such a struggle, man. All for these plate mount stabilizers. Most of the BDZ went to your fingers? Yeah, no kidding. It's really bad. A big veiny honker, welcome. Took me a while to figure out where the spaces go in your name, but I think I got it. Alright, this guy's like stuck. There we go. Almost got it here. There we go. Okay. So here we have it. The only like last thing here is, so I pushed all these in. I guess I'm gonna find out how rattly these are, but we'll probably just be able to inject some 205 grade 0 into it. But then past that, the other issue here is that the spacebar stabilizer is completely unlubed, largely due to the fact that this is very, very hard to sort of deal with from this point, given that there's no like assembling, just getting the stabilizer in was really challenging, and we just weren't even touching any lube yet by that point. So my guess is like this is probably gonna be another spot where we're just gonna try to inject as much as we can in there, have it be like not rattly, and just hope that we don't over lube at the same time. Because I'm not really sure that we have any better solution currently. I can try to do my best to brush on from here, but I'm gonna anticipate that not being super clean and still rattly. That's what I think. Let me just try this real quick. What if I just try to brush on from the backside? So like I'm trying to plug right now with BDZ using a brush instead of a syringe. I'm very doubtful that this will work exactly the way I want it to, but it's worth a shot. So there's definitely not thick enough of a layer in there. That's 100% certain. Can use a syringe with BDZ too thick, I think. Yeah, it probably is. Meanwhile, what I had heard is that 206 G2 is kind of BDZ-like. And you can get that syringeable. Anyways, I'm just trying to lube from this point here. And I know that this is not enough. I 100% recognize, but I might as well try. This is like so goofy. You know what's interesting is that like I've seen something like BDZ be used stock in a board before. Like a long time ago, like in certain pre-builds, I've seen something that looks like BDZ. I swear it. Alright. Let's just call this good for now. My only like last issues would be that without fully knowing, trying to trying to remove keycaps from plate mount stabilizers, I remember being very ridiculous. So that's kind of like why I wanna sort of do it right now. But I also know that this is gonna be a mess. So I guess let's just try it. Not much else we could do but try. And then in which case I'm gonna grab the BDZ syringe. Presumably we'll hopefully be very close to done with the scuff soon. I'll make no promises, however. I'm going to just attempt to plug everything now. Oh no. Oh, I blew it. Hold on. This one, the wire wasn't even inserted properly. You can see that. It's just goofy. This one is like not even right. So. Gotta pop this one out, I guess. Try again. Let's make sure my others are okay. Looks like it. Alright, back in, and then we'll plug from here. This one I believe we just did. Let me just check to be sure. Yep. This one right here is next up. A little bit more. You got the left shift and then the space bar. Alright, The spacebar is going to be the curious one. I wonder if I should try to hit more spots, or if that's like just too premature, but fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Okay. So, everything is everywhere. Very big mess on my desk. Let's try to clean up. Attempt to at least. Looking marginally cleaner. A lot of work for this. A lot of work for a pre-build. But I'd rather it be built than it be in parts. I'm wondering in my head, should we put heavy springs on all the stabilized keys? And so, if that's the case, I mean, I guess I'll make that decision last, I suppose. Just snap all these guys in first. Man, is it tight. What I can see here is whoa. Whoa. What I'm thinking here is, what if, I don't think it's going to happen, but what if you have a wire pop out? I don't think it happens by the nature of plate mount stabilizers. I could be wrong though. But I think this design, actually it wouldn't be so bad, because all of these 2Us have like the plate cutouts to just be able to remove them. So I think you would have to desolder, but I think you should be able to like remove and replace these stabilizers without having to desolder everything. far as I understand. Looking good. They're so tight, man. It's crazy. I'm like vaguely wondering how you could consider taking off those clips from the SA keycaps. I wonder if you could like heat them off. You're so damn tight to press in. Crazy. This is interesting. I'm very curious about these stabilized keys. Because I'm getting this feeling that you'll have to do on all of them. It's like 578 gram springs. Elvin, welcome. How's the build going? It's going all right. It's been an interesting evening so far. 188-11307. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I've been good. Working on keyboards, the usual. Interesting evening. Yeah, this one's definitely been interesting. An old pre-built with a bunch of old aftermarket parts here. Holy shit, been so busy in my mood city. Oh, right on. Are you all moved in? Nice. Ah. Whew. That's cool. Well, congratulations on the move. Yeah. Hope your holiday season has gone well. That was good. I was back home with family, and it was just it was super chill. All right, let's do springs. Let's try enter first. So yeah. It was super chill. I wished it were longer. That's my only thing. Alright. That's good. Interloper 71. Thank you for the follow. These other ones I don't feel so confident about, but let's try left shift. How's yours? Yours good other than the move? Were you able to spend some time with the family or just go out there and have some fun? Should be good there. Again, I really wish we could get this to work. Just partied heaps with mates, so I was staying safe. Starting a job on the Thingiverse? Nice, nice. Oops. Hey! What's going on, Elliot? These are actually glued in. And this is what I find so crazy. Like, they actually glued these in. Yo! Anthony, what's going on? They actually glued these in. I'm like baffled by that. What are the what are those? These are SA keycaps that Signature Plastics actually made for Filcos, and then they glued in these like Costar stabilizer clips. Can you make me a keyboard? That is a good question. It's a very good question. So this one doesn't actually have them. It's a good question. Can I make you a keyboard? Yes, I can, but like, here's the reality. The reality of me saying yes to that question is, I'm gonna take forever. If you want me to make your keyboard, it's just gonna take a really, really long time for that to actually happen. Yeah, that's the reality. MC, yes, we actually did get the plate mount stabilizers in, so it did work. It did actually work. Yes. So the real truth is, I have been really trying to get. Okay, this is cool. Not all of them are got these clips glued in. I've been trying really hard to catch up on my own personal backlog and just get my personal collection right. And if you're willing to wait like several months, and if you're willing, you source all your parts, I could squeeze you in, but that's the truth. It's not gonna be for a while. But yeah, we could chat if you're interested. Aha, so this will work. Although I do think that I may need to replace all of these with heavier springs. Yeah, there's some definite slowness in there. Some sluggishness. We did get it, though. Alright, this is gonna be cool then. The thing about like any plate mount stabilizer is that once you actually get it in and once you get it right, I'm never gonna want to take these keycaps off. Yeah. This one definitely needs to be replaced, this backspace. But the other ones actually seem kind of fine. Alright, let's go and do that. Alternatively, one thing I could try is just seeing if another switch would do it. I think the answer is no. Oh fuck. Actually, that worked. Okay, let's see if we can get away with the spacebar. That's a no. Definite no. Okay. Alright. Let's change the spacebar spring, guys. Crack this open. Alright. So I have a confession. If anyone wants to hear me confess something. My tweezers. If anyone wants to hear a confession. Earlier today, I was trying to re-Frankenswitch using some extra parts, a few things, and I really got to thinking, like, what is like really made up? So like I started thinking that, like, okay, is it really 100% true that like putting in some type of lubricant on a spring can actually reduce its sound. Like I'm just trying to really see how true that was. And the answer may shock you. The answer is yes, it is true. I had no more follow-up than that. As, Antixius, yes, you're welcome. Alright, let's try this now. Honestly, I feel like this is good. We just tried lubing from the top. We were just like trying to slap on some BDZ with the stabilizer already assembled, and then we injected a little 205 grade 0. Just from all the open points that I could see the wire that already was covered in a thin, super thin layer of BDZ. And I don't know, it seems fine to me. So better than I thought it would be. Same here. Alright, and then even if these in particular, if they may have return issues, the cool thing about this is that this is such an old plate that it you can actually open the switch tops using what I guess was earlier referred to as a plateless switch opening tool. And we could do that even while soldered because the cutouts are so wide. It's like these old relic plates. All right. Cool. So I never actually removed this daughter board. We can. I don't think it's necessary. But I guess like kind of like why not, I suppose. The funny thing about it is like I don't even know the easiest way to remove it at this stage. Because usually like I have some leverage when there's a plate in there to actually like pry it off. At this stage, like I don't have that. I can kind of pull it off with my fingers. Just got to be really careful. Ah, fuck. All right, guys, take a look. Take a look how old this is. This is a Filco MJ1, 2008, March 13, 2008. So this is almost 14 years ago that this was put together. Pretty cool, right? All right. So you do this thing. I usually punch in all of these switches in first before I put it in through the plate, before I put it in through the PCB. Looks like we already had one pop out. So we got to be like pretty careful, pretty gentle here. Older than my 2600K CPU. Ooh. That you're currently using? Older than my Intel Core 2 quad. Yeah, this is an old boy. Anybody ever watch that movie, Old Boy? It was a pretty charming movie. Built to Win 7. Oh, okay. Okay, I definitely saw one, I think the N, ZXCVPN. This one right here is most definitely got a bent pin. Let's throw that off to the side. Punch this one back in. But Achua, thank you for the follow. Secondary machine, but primarily for Win 7, Win XP. I see. Any more bent pins? Calling all bent pins. Achua, yes, this is we started off this night thinking, hey, let's just desolder a bunch of switches, and I kind of feel like while I can do that, my station has been acting up a little tiny bit. So I was just like, hey, what about instead of desoldering more boards, should we instead consider rebuilding this? And this is where we landed. So more to come. I think tomorrow I might still try to continue desoldering, even though I know it's kind of tough to deal with, but we can do it. We can get through it. All right, trying to use my eagle eyes right now. See that all the pins went through the leg holes here. I think we're pretty solid. Just making sure. I think we are. Okay. So, with all of that done and out of the way, let me tidy up a little bit more here. And we'll get that iron out, get it all heated up. We could do yet another solder job for today's stream. Pardon the wait again. All right. Fume extractor is still up here, which is cool. I don't need that. Okay. So you know what I want to do? I think I'm down to do is instead of using my work mat, we're going to use like my worst busted up desk mat in place of it. It's one of my favorite mats. It's like our worst. my too late XDs? No, just right on time here. About to get started on the soldering. We've made this an interesting stream. We usually make all our streams interesting, don't we? All right, this right here is a Nautilus desk mat. One of my favorites, but I always just keep it under because it's like my first desk mat that I was just constantly messing up. And I honestly think I just like this better than a work mat. Did you fix the desolder gun? So funny thing about that. We did the night of. We did a bunch of cleaning, and then even continuously off stream, I also did a bunch more cleaning as well. And so we actually desoldered a bunch of switches to harvest off of this one. But it was still kind of gumming up in a very unpreferred way. So I think the truth of the matter is I could either deal with like the difficulty of trying to clean it up the way that I have been, or I could just like spend another $50 on a new nozzle. And I think I'm just gonna opt to do that. So I think that's our solution. With that said, I still had like other desoldering. Yeah, it needs a new nozzle. I still think that I might try to do another desolder stream tomorrow and just like deal with it. But I am gonna order that new nozzle in the meantime. Probably just after stream tonight. For future builds, I know we'll need them. So okay. Desk mat as a work mat. What y'all think? And I am just gonna keep on the keycaps here. Well, we'll just do this for now. Because I don't really want to remove them. And the reason they're there in the first place is because trying to take off these keycaps with plate mounted stabilizers is actually a huge pain. So here's what we'll do. We will have to wodan some, if not most, of these switches. This is, and that's because these are this is 3-pin. These are 3-pin switches. PCB only allows for 3-pin, so we want this to be as lined as best as we can. Like right now, I already know and can tell that this is not aligned properly. So as soon as we touch heat to it and push down, then we should be good. Oops. And we will be able to see that there. So it's perfect. So another thing that's weird, I never do TKLs. In fact, I never even do WinKey 60s unless I can truly avoid them. But the very weird thing about going off HHKB layout is the fact that you actually get corner switches on the bottom. So this alignment is like a little tiny bit easier. Alright, so I do think we're going to need to woe down a lot of this board. Just because of that, excuse me, 3-pin pattern we have here. Because I'm just like, yeah, I'm constantly hearing these clicks. So hit the page down. Alright, this seemed to be pretty fine without it. Let's hit, I guess, caps lock. It's like I'm ending up with these like weird like solder holes. It's almost like I'm not putting in enough solder or something. But it's just not flowing in super consistently. Okay. Hit up another one in the middle, and then after that point, I will still do this, but sort of in a linear pattern. Okay. Cool. Aha. Found a bent pin. Again. This is crazy. Grubler, welcome to the stream. Yes, we've taken an old Filco from the vault. I think I purchased this in 2013, but the manufacture date on the PCB says it's from 2008. And we were harvesting some of the old switches that I had put in there last about like 6 years ago. So about, I would say, yeah, it must have been around 2015 or so. I'm putting in some new KS-9s. These are Gateron Pro KS-9s. They actually seem really smooth. This plate has like switch top removal cutouts. As such, I was using this kind of as the top of a makeshift lube station for many years. I am very glad to not be doing that anymore. I think everyone's ability to produce like sensible lube stations within the last several years has just really been top notch. But since it was being used as a lube station, I don't know if anyone saw it from earlier, but I was really doing it for a long while. The plate has taken kind of a lot of damage over time. But going back here for its intended usage, and I think it should be good. Alright, we're gonna kind of snake through this here. I think largely doing this at this point might not be super necessary, but you can never be certain. It's just hard to reach. Alex! What's going on? CGBZ. It's like 4 letters. You at the studio right now? Where are you at? It's about 10 p.m. I think I ate around 6. Damn, it's really been like 4 hours. This stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's too many rows. TKLs are ridiculous. How do people use this? It's like so many keys. It's like the layout for people with 50% more fingers. Watch, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna end up doing a prediction for this type test, right? There's no way I'm gonna meet it because this backspace is like in the wrong spot. Oh my god, and I still got 2 more rows after this one. It's crazy. I think on a TK or on a 60% HHKB I'd be close to finished. At least with the first pass. Might have been about 60 keys already so far. But we still got a bunch more. I feel like I might be able to get away with not wodaning each and every single one on this row. So I'll come back and do all of them after I finish this row, and I'll do the same thing for the above one. Largely because I have become sort of grown a little tired of doing this. Okay. Let's come back here. Do all of them from here. These all seem solid, so should be good. So I think the other day we took off an SA set off of the Brutal 60, and this time around, and then we replaced it with some GMK, which is like a cherry profile. This time around, we've removed an EPBT, which is also in cherry profile. We're gonna be throwing on an SA set. It's kind of a little bit of a flip from last stream. Right, one thing I need to check is all these single legs. I may have under soldered them or soldered them really weirdly. I'm gonna need to check for that. After this first pass of single legs. Our goal here is, I think we will be, but try to finish up by 11. We've been streaming for a long time now. It'll be a 5-hour stream, that's crazy. Really started at 6? Damn. Georgie, thank you for the lurk. Tim keeps. Oh man, gotta watch this. This looks recent based off that thumbnail? That's a new. It's like a recently released desk mat, right? This is not the spill he had a long time ago, but a new one. Oh no. But Georgie, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Alright, we'll watch that after I finish redoing this row. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, let's check this out.
Place my cup. I could accidentally just like, oh no, I've oh shit. No way. I give up on life, dude. Like,
Oh wow.
this would happen to me. Hey, at least place my cup. I could accidentally just like,
Whoa.
oh
That's fantastic. Jeez. It ain't a stream unless it's scuffed, right? Am I right? Let's see this upside down. Tim was born born for the internet. Wait, so that's like the cold crab I'm at, right, from Archetype? Is it like made from something different than usual? Because I don't think I have that effect on my desk mats. But I don't know, I haven't spilled anything in a while. Knock on wood. I'm so curious, like, plate mount stabilizers. Clearly, like, Cherry had produced them. Right? And I don't know, like even outside of or prior to this, like, you know, hobbyist or enthusiast community, like, they had to have used them in boards before. But did they have that wire cutout on, like, say, just, like, pro or consumer boards? Because I'm thinking about how hard it was for me to try to actually throw in that stabilizer without that long wire cutout. And it makes me think, like, does someone have to do it? Like a person? Because that would seem really annoying. How can a machine do it? By the way, I remember something a long time ago. I feel like I've forgotten about this, but no longer. I didn't forget today. Let me try this real quick. Overhead. Haha, look at that. This PCB is now black. Whoops. Alright, enough of that. Where were we? I was doing this thing for a little while where I had a green screen, but I felt like a problem with it was that it wasn't wide enough. So I had to put it pretty close to me in order for my face cam to capture it. And the problem with it being super close to me was that when light would bounce off of it, it would just like add a green tint to everything. So that was like kind of annoying. So for a little while I was trying to use blue. Like I was actually trying to use a blue screen. But the problem with the blue screen is that like there's a lot of things out there that's blue. So a lot of things would end up being chroma keyed out. But what I remember was that both for green and blue, what was funny was when I was doing this for keyboards, I could hold up a PCB and then it would just actually like creep through the next layer of like sources on my broadcast. This is crazy. I gotta like shift the whole board over. It was so long. Alright, so today we're running SA on a linear switch pre-built. That is something like, I guess we could call this, what's kind of funny about this board is it's like the plate mounts to the bottom with some screws, but then I think largely it's kind of like pressed together like by the force of like how the case works when it like the plastic locks in on the outer two edges of the sides of the case. So it's funny because like I don't know how you would even really describe this mount other than pre-built mount. Thing is, I never hated it. I just wished it came in an HHKB. Which I guess an HHKB itself does, but an HHKB itself is like also different in its own weird way. I may have put too much solder on this leg. Okay. One last row. Thanks so much everybody for your patience. Should be good to go. Also, if anyone wants to participate in some junk drawer giveaways, let me know. Nice little show of hands. Could run a silly giveaway tonight if y'all would like. Okay, cool. There we go. So here's our board. try and get this together. Oh, it's interesting. I was like, the mild difficulty of using some kind of connector, I was reminded it's not really that difficult considering like this just goes out to a cable end and not like a daughter board. I guess I should go like this. There's a little pocket for that part of the cable, and then I think we're good. I believe that we are good. Okay, so then take these two black screws, ultra rare silver aluminum Filco plate. Guess that would otherwise be it, right? We just pop this in. And then screw this back in the back here. Pre-built mount. All right. Almost done, guys. I forgot to snap in one corner. Jeez. I gotta remember this stupid layout. This is 0. Look at this dumb layout. You don't believe this? This layout's for chumps. I guess this is not part of that. I got some classic. This is a classic look, ain't it? It's like a very, very dark brown. I believe this is Uniform SA. I don't remember this at all, like off the top of my head. That top right corner. Huh. All right. 3 more caps, and I have to remember how they're supposed to look. Also, it's really weird having to plug in a cable. I haven't done this in a while. So we're gonna plug this in, and then I guess I'm gonna have to do some remapping. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh, that was very stupid. Wait a second, I didn't plug the daughter board in. Totally escaped me. I was like, what is going on? Oh, very goofy. I have some very light damage to this board that I never noticed. There's like a scratch at the bottom. Look at this, I just forgot. Alright, does anyone, if anyone's out there, can you recall, make me recall the order of these keys? Because they're just sitting here and I don't remember what they are. Let me know if you can. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to Google it. Wait. Oh no! It bent a little. Oh my gosh. So unnecessary. I bent this leg. Print, scroll, pause, okay. Right, I think that's seated in the way it's supposed to be. So, I guess I will pop everything back in. Print scroll pause. That seems familiar. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now we should be able to plug it in. And now we should be good to check. Alright, there we go. Got the Mac pop up. Option, caps lock control. Alright, cool. We got it, guys. I realize I don't even have VIA open. Okay. Guys, let's for anyone out there who's bared with me here, let's run a quick prediction. I really don't think I'm gonna hit 129. I'm gonna set the threshold down to 128. But feel free. Cast your votes. And in the meantime here, I'm gonna just test this out. I think in Mac these just aren't really meant to be it's funny, I don't have a caps lock at all. The doubt. The doubt. Big doubt. Hey, someone stands to gain a lot. Someone stands to gain a lot. Someone got no faith in himself, the only reason? Well, this is, I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty dumbass layout. It's a smooth brain layout. Alright. Cafe, maybe? Let's go with this. I think Phil is retro. Retro. Let's go with retro. I feel like this kind of matches, right? Alright guys, get your bets in here. Someone bets just 1 point to believe you could become a big winner. He blames layout. Oh, zero count wager. Alright. Ooh, okay. Alright guys, thank you so much for bearing with me. About to run this type test right now. Threshold's 128. And also guys, by the way, if y'all, in the case that y'all want to run a junk giveaway, just holler. I could try to find something that's marginally useful and then do the thing where I give last place the opportunity to get some bullshit. But all right, anyways. Okay, Filco. This is a Filco TKL in beige. And we're running this what they call the Filco, I don't know what they called it. Let me look it up. What is it listed as? I need to find the actual name that they gave it. They literally just call it Double Shot Filco key set. These are SA, produced by Signature Plastics. We replaced the plate with an aftermarket Filco plate that allows for switch top removal. And and also cherry stabilizers that are plate mount. So that's also the other thing we got in there. With Gateron Pro KS-9 switches. I think that's all there is to it. And this is the Filco. So okay, 60-second test. Threshold is 128. Whew. Let me get prepared here. Give a little stretch. Ugh. Okay, let's go. Let me also get a wrist rest. Also, by the way, guys, if anyone out there has any recommendations for 60% wrist rests, and also if you have any recommendations for keyboard stands, like display stands, let me know. I've gotten like a recommendation or two, but if anyone has any more, let me know. Okay, here we go. Whew. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. Wait. Oh, shit. Okay. I realized a couple things. Sorry. I need to restart. My bad. For one, I forgot to turn off this music. And second, I forgot to actually pull in the microphone. For y'all to hear. That's my bad. This is a legitimate redo. Okay. Let's go again. 128. No. Well, it's like I didn't even know if you guys were hearing it. So, okay. Whew. All right. Oh my goodness. Ah. Couldn't do it, guys. Couldn't do it. All right. Doubters won yet again. But what do you guys think? I again don't really like this layout. So a couple things. Yeah, the backspace not being split and drop down to the next row. The other thing too is SA, specifically uniform SA, also kind of tripping me up. But sounds good though. I hope so, and I'm glad you guys think so. I think honestly, to be perfectly honest, I think that sound comes more from the keycaps than anything. You can tune the switches all you want. At the end of the day, it's still a Filco, but what kind of brings it up, I think, is the SA. Snooze and zeros, just both. Everyone came out exactly the way they started. So, all right, let's do a couple of 30-second tests here. Let's just kind of see here. I like it. I do like the sound. It's interesting to be using a couple things. One, a TKL. I feel like there are sound differences between layouts for sure. Like I think that 60s will always have like a specific kind of sound that's different from say like an Alice. I think an Alice has a different sound. This TKL also has something that's a little different from both of them. So it's always like kind of interesting to do this. I sense a transition. No, no, by no means. There we go. Finally, we went over 128. Granted, it wasn't a 30-second test. We were able to do it. I blew it there at the end. All right. Sick. Okay. All right. Let me find something in the junk drawer. Y'all cool with that? Run a little giveaway for y'all. What we got here? Oh man, this stuff is really, really not so. What's in here? Oh man, I got some goofy stuff in here, man. I feel like I gotta find you guys something good. Junk drawer, hell yeah. Okay, because there's like some actual junk in there. That's like, some of those things are like, those are definitely last place prizes, you know? You know what I mean? We could do something that's like kind of nice-ish. Something vaguely almost resembling nice. Here it is. You've done this before, so why not do it again? Give away a variety of switches? I could do one of those switch samplers, but I already pulled this out. Alright. If you guys care to join, let's do this. 1 second here. If you guys care to join, and we've done this before. First place prize here. Except for that one. Gets to choose any one of these space bars. I think there's a handful of these. Yeah, there's a big mix. Oh, these are actually 70, aren't they? This is 6.25. Actually, I think I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this one. I like that one. Okay. So what is this? I think this is 8U. I believe this is 8U. Okay. So we got a small handful here of 6.25U space bars. This black one is off center for like sort of these cherry kind of layouts. And then this whole right side here is 7U space bars. Granted that just resorting them all seems I recognize pretty nonsensical. Okay, these top 5 are GMK. These 3 are SP, and then these 3 are, I don't know, these might be like Taihao or something. So if anybody cares to join on in, win one of these space bars, feel free, vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. Meanwhile, first place gets a chance for one of these space bars, any one of these that you see on screen. Last place gets a super old Filco plate. Last place gets to claim one of these Filco plates. Also take one other look here. Give me a second. So while y'all are voting, I'm just poking around here in the back for a little something else. So bear with me. Aha. All right. Okay, just a couple votes. If anyone wants to break that tie or just continue voting, we will stop this at 10:49:30. All right, so feel free, guys, come out. All right, I guess we're doing 46. Coming out, guys, if you want your chance to win a nice little giveaway. We got a game of marbles. We got a game of marbles going on. So feel free, hop right on in, smash that follow button, hit that play command. One of these space bars could be yours. All right, let's start it up. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to join. Frank, welcome. Welcome back. Anybody else out there care to hop right on in? Want to win a Space Boy? Why did I not see your name? I'm pretty sure you definitely joined. Let's see. Yeah, you're up here. I think you might be cut off by this I don't know, design right here. Also, random other thing to make note of, it appears to be the case that Coachella lineup just came out. For anyone who's interested in Coachella, 3 brand new headliners that weren't part of 2020 before it got canceled, and also some interesting, very interesting names. Not the least of which, I'll just throw this out there, Danny Elfman is playing Coachella. That's right, Danny Elfman, the guy who orchestrated the Simpsons theme song. Very cool. Alright guys, just about 30 seconds left to join in. If anyone wants Space Boy. Taking a look and seeing if there's any other interesting names on here. That's probably the most interesting one, to be honest. Alright. Thanks everybody for joining and for tuning in tonight. Check it out. Early lead goes to Frank. Frank with the early... Ah, Grubler. Ah, I apologize, man. This is just a little late. We had just started. That would be cool if they let you like just drop in like mid-race. I feel like Marvel should have that. But I don't know. I also didn't realize, is Frank's ball a snail? Or is it a unicorn? Just had the stream on AFK. Ah. Alright, Zero. Ooh, Zero got that luck fall into that funnel. Looks like Zero might take this. Unicorn floaty? Oh, I see. Yeah, Zero's got a commanding lead. He just had like a really, really solid run into the into that funnel. But let's kind of see. There is this weird little portion at the end here. Oh, who's gonna make it? It looks like Zero. A. All right, who's in last place? Last place. It looks like it might be Frank. Hey. All right, guys. Zero, proud winner of this race. I ask, do you claim any one of these many space bars on screen? Give to second, me too far. Oh, okay. All right. That would be Anthixius. Anthixius, do you claim any one of these space boys? You got 6 point, yeah. Zero says pass to second. For real. Alright, this one's an 8U spacebar. These are 6.25. These are 7U GMK, 7U SP, 7U something else that's OEM. Oh, I realized you might not be able to see that very bottom one. Is the 8U damaged in any way? Not as far as I can tell. This looks pretty good. Let's take a look. Maybe a little tiny bit of shine right there. There's like a little bit of a marking there. I'm not really sure if that just rubs off. But other than that, yeah, center stem. I really don't know what you could possibly use this for, but you know, if you can figure it out. Other than that, it's like a cool thing to have, I suppose. But yeah, it is center stemmed. Meanwhile, yeet. This is the one you want. Frank, by the way, I don't know, Frank, if you're still out there. If you also care to claim black 8U for sure, but what about the white ones? These guys right here are DCS. Yeah, Signature Plastics DCS. This I remember buying just like whatever space bars they had on stock just to see what best matched with like the typical beige we see. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think it's this one. So if you wanted a beige one, this is your other choice here too. Frank, for being last place, you get the real garbage. So if you care to claim this, this is a Filco plate with Costar stabilizers. Last place always gets an opportunity at some actual trash. What are the OEM bars? I am not 100% certain. I think they have like a little texture to them. I think they may be Tai-Hao, but I'm not sure. So I got 2 of these black ones, and then 1 of these green ones. If I claim, will you throw it in the trash can? No. If you claim, I gotta send it to you. But if you don't claim, then I'm just gonna save it. I'm gonna save it for a future last place. A future last place finish. But I will send this to you for you to throw away if you do claim. 8U bar, alright. Right on. Hey. Save it? Alright, we're saving it, guys. Alright. The last place, my new rule here is that the last place finishers, if they opt not to claim, then there's no passing along. Oh, save it till I get to San Francisco? Alright. So that'll go along with the headphones nicely. Okay. Sick. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for being here tonight. If anyone has any recommendations on who to raid, let's take a look at the list right now. See who's on. So it looks like Tim is on. Epsy is on. Who else we got? Ooh. Ruminative is on. Hammer Brothers on. I think Ruminative has sent us a raid very recently. So I feel like we probably ought to send the love back. Who else we got? Oh, we got a few others, but Zestrion? I'm thinking Zestrion. Let me try to get through some of these ads. See how everyone's doing where everyone else is. Ruminative has been on for about 3 hours, but it's still kind of going through it, so. I think we did Zestrion last time, so we'll do Ruminative. Alright, guys. Alright, for anyone who hasn't already joined the Discord, hop right on in, and also follow me on my socials if y'all haven't already, and are liking what you guys are seeing. Other than that, I think I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I really got to think hard about what it's going to be. I don't actually 100% know yet. It might be more desoldering, but I'll just kind of have to see if that's what I really want to do. And if I really can't come up with anything else, then maybe I'll be back again next week. So, all right. Till next time, whenever, if it's tomorrow or if it's next week or whatever. Good night from San Francisco. Appreciate y'all being here. We're going to be raiding Ruminative. Peace, guys.